So right now we're going to meet with the Director of Transportation Airports Division, Hawaii Tourism Authority, and the AG. At 1:15, we'll have a briefing from Department of Health regarding contact tracing. And at 3 o'clock, we'll hear from Alan Oshima about how they plan to approach Hawaii economics and recovery and community recovery. So, Ross, you guys are on.
Yes.
Okay, why don't we start?
Right.
Why don't we start with you so you can give us an update as to what you guys presented on Friday.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Senators. On the line with me is Director Bouquet. Thank you for the opportunity again to speak about the positive improvements that are being made regarding the travel quarantine. Yesterday, the additional verification process at the arrival gates were implemented. The procedure in place is to call passengers' contact numbers for follow-up purposes related to the order for self-quarantine. For non-residents, we are calling the hotel to verify the passenger has a reservation. For residents, we are verifying the place of residence by utilizing the County Real Property Tax Assessment search engine. If the information does not agree, the passengers are requested to re-verify information provided. If the passenger cannot provide information, the passenger will be turned over to law enforcement for further processing. Once the information is confirmed, the order is signed, the person is allowed to leave. Jay Linaraki, our first deputy, Keith Reagan of HD, and myself took part in the actual verification process yesterday. The process is slower, but it is very effective. Just to let you know, we do have law enforcement officers standing by, as some people feel the process infringes on their civil liberties. Anyone who refuses the process is handed over to law enforcement. Starting next Tuesday, we'll be redeploying approximately 30 of our airport employees to replace contract services.
In addition, Senators, this morning we have 20 HDOT Administration Division employees to conduct follow-up calls to residents to verify they are abiding by the 14-day quarantine order. And we have also our employees working with DLIR to help with the unemployment claims at the convention center.
Senators, I also wanted to answer the question relating to additional flights showing up on airline websites coming to Hawaii. The reason is that airlines will do this in anticipation. In this case, the proclamation being lifted at the end of April. The other reason is for competition.
Senators, our employees are going above and beyond their normal duties and are working to help the community during this extraordinary time. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Chris, are you on the line? Chris. Chris, are you on the line?
Yes.
Do you want to add anything? Do you have any update before we start with questions?
Only thank you for the opportunity. Besides Keith's efforts and supporting the DOT, and he can help answer any questions, just give you a couple other updates. Our Hotels for Heroes program is up to 1,234 room nights that we're using across the state. Most of these are healthcare workers, but that also includes Hawaii Medical Association, Maui County Police, Hawaii Island Fire Department, Honolulu EMS, and Kauai Emergency Response Team. As far as the follow-up calls, our call center continues to follow up on the visitors that are in quarantine. They've made over 12,000 calls. We've done a fair amount of referrals to the county police department and IEMA, and they are there has been some apprehensions, and this is a continuing process. The hotels are becoming even more aggressive on ensuring that the people are following through with their quarantine, and we'll continue to have those conversations with the hotels and appreciate their efforts in that. Other than that, arrivals today, our visitor arrivals yesterday actually were down. Visitor arrivals are down to 83. Had no arrivals from Lihui or into Maui. The residents was 182. So we see the numbers dwindling off, but it spikes here and there. So we'll continue the effort, continue to try to find the gap working with DOT. Thank you for the opportunity.
So, Ross, my understanding was that the verification was supposed to start on Wednesday, but you guys didn't get the cell phones and other equipment in time.
That's correct.
So when is the actual start date for the verification process?
We started yesterday, Senator.
Okay, so the training was
yesterday.
I thought you were doing training yesterday. So was it the same day? You did training in the morning and you started in the afternoon, or how did that, what was the timeline?
We started, the first flight that we started was the noon flight of Southwest. There were only 9 passengers, so that was a perfect time to get started. And then then there was another Hawaiian Airlines, and then American, and we did all the verification of all the passengers. We verified their cell phone numbers and as well as their lodging.
Okay, so how many people did you actually have to transfer to law enforcement, or did everyone provide accurate and correct information?
There were no passengers that needed to be passed on to law enforcement.
Except there was one that when we verified the person's lodging, they didn't have a reservation, so we didn't let him leave until he could get a reservation. Right.
Okay, so nobody left until all the information was verified.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Kidan.
Do you guys get a sense of whether or not these passengers knew before they boarded the airline that we had a quarantine in place? What are they telling you?
Yeah, I think
there was one passenger that when she came off, she didn't know that there was a 14-day quarantine, so she asked to go to the ticket lobby to repurchase a ticket, flight back to wherever she came from, her origin.
Interesting.
Okay, so most of them do know.
Yeah.
Thank you. So,
yeah, in fact, they were some were very pleasant. I mean, they understand why we're doing what we're doing, and wanting, let's say, good luck on the quarantine.
I interviewed one passenger as well, and he was a doctor, and he needed he was asked to work in Kona.
So what airline was that the passenger did not know? Because I thought, Chris, you had said the last time that all the airlines knew, and there was, before people boarded the plane, they were told these were the restrictions when they came here.
But I couldn't hear your question.
The last time you were here, Chris, you said that all of the airlines were telling people about the quarantine and about the restrictions coming to Hawaii prior to their boarding. So I was just wondering, what airline was it that a passenger came here not knowing of that restriction?
Yeah, I believe it was Delta, Senator.
And Senator, we'll follow up with Delta to make sure they are doing it. From the information we've gotten from the airlines, they're being pretty aggressive on getting the information out, and hopefully this person who came out was truthful and not really knowing. But we'll continue to remind the airlines the importance of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kim?
I,
Can I ask a question?
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, my question is, altogether, since you guys did this yesterday, how much actual passengers you guys will screen? Do all that? Altogether?
Get that from here. I don't-
Is there a yes or? Oh, what? Was it that one? Oh, for. The number we have is about 400, but that includes crew and residents, as well as international flights.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm bringing this up is that we're in place right now doing 800. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah.
governor and some other people, we will be nameless at this time, thinking that we can handle 30,000 a day, and start opening up tourism, after May 30th. It doesn't seem like we're even scratching the surface. You guys did a great job, don't get me wrong. You guys did a great job. But how are we going to handle, going forward, 30,000 passengers when the airlines right now, even though they're saying it's for competition, I understand what you're saying, what they're saying. But if we had the governor or somebody had reached out to the CEOs and tell them that if they do not cut back, then we're going to assess fines or some kind of restrictions. Because right now, the competition, you just said that. They're doing these cheap flights to Hawaii, and they have to do it because they have to be competitive. If I'm telling you, the governor is saying no flights, you don't start booking 15 million people on June 1st. You see what I'm saying? I mean, we don't even have that in place, guys. You know, that's the thing. I could see if they say, you know, we'll cut back, we're going to stop this. They don't even try to compromise with our needs. And then here we are, bending over backwards to cater to these guys. We're catering to them. These airlines should be paying for the screening. These airlines should be paying for everything that they have to as soon as they land here. A proclamation that the governor should make is that if you choose to land your planes here and depart your people, then we will charge you each person will put a fee on you guys so that the airline is going to charge cheap flights. So every passenger you depart, we will charge $1,000 a person for all the inconvenience that they're charging our residents of Hawaii. See how fast they stop these things. Right now, we're still panicking, bigger bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I mean, this is the whole thing right now. We're still playing volleyball with these guys. We're going to spike them and keep them spiking so we can get this thing done. Charge the airline, call the CEOs and say, you know, we'll figure out one way. We'll figure out one way, guys. Then we're going to find you guys. That's what we're going to do. But right now, we're catering to that. We're catering. We're doing everything. We're doing the follow-ups. We're doing everything. What is the airline doing besides booking cheap flights?
Okay,
Good.
can you guys just give a brief response so we can?
Yeah, yeah, I will tell you, first of all, thanks, Senator Philip. I agree with you. This is frustrating that the few that are still coming, I think that the process that the DOT have put together obviously makes it not a pleasant experience. And, you know, that's, you know, the cheap flights, it's a little frustrating. But I will tell you that, first of all, most of our visitors don't want to come here. Our normal visitors on an ongoing basis will not want to come here with a 14-day quarantine. And to be candid with you, there's no way we would be doing a 14-day quarantine process like this with the arrivals we were doing before. The airlines and our normal visitors have no desire to go through this, and I don't think until we can until the 14-day quarantine comes off, and it will only come off. My understanding is, you know, clearly we have to have processes in place to protect our residents and to ensure that the virus is not coming. You're not going to get the people coming back. You know, our expectation is we would not be doing this process anymore at some point, but they're not going to come back and do this process. It's just that you're exactly right. There's no way we could do this with the volume of passengers.
Senator Kim.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I just want to say to Jade and the airports, thank you folks for, redeploying your employees and getting them in there and helping to screen the passengers. I think that's going to go very far and help us. I wanted to ask, how many passengers were actually referred to law enforcement since you folks have been doing this?
Zero. We had zero, Senator.
Oh, so nobody
There
was...
was, like I mentioned earlier, there was just one that didn't have a lodging. So we, he thought he had a reservation, but, when we verified when we contacted the hotel, he didn't have a reservation.
Okay,
So
so
we
it was
didn't,
just
let
yesterday.
him leave the gate area until he had a reservation.
Okay, so as yesterday, nobody was referred. The other thing is I went online and I went on one of the travel portals to see if I could get reservations, and I could. As of May 11th, they are taking, it might be even sooner. But I noticed that there is a little small disclaimer that just says there may be restrictions. They don't specify. And these are just round-trip flights to Hawaii, not any place else. So it's not like they're talking about other airports. So is there any way we can get these travel portals to put a better notification on the site to say when they're going to the Hawaii flights, more specific as to what the requirements might be? Or at least mention the 14-day quarantine, because they don't mention that at all.
Senator, a lot of them do have very aggressive banners. You're right, though, some of them are less. Can you give me, which one did you call?
I went on Cheap Tickets.
Oh, okay.
And there is just a banner that says there could be restrictions. It doesn't say anything about what the restrictions are. And so if I book online, I'm not going to talk to the airlines, and so I'm not going to know, there's a 14-day quarantine.
Yeah, we start with the airlines and the big wholesalers and travel agents. As we get comments like yourselves, we will go back to them and request them to do more on communicating that information. And some of them have been responsive, some of them have not. And as we talked about before, the ones that have not will not be very candid with you, will not be receiving support from us in the future.
Okay, that's fine, but we're concerned about here and now and not so much in the future right now.
Yep.
And so, majority of people are booking online because there's no fees to book online, and so.
Yep.
They're not getting the message if in fact we're not paying attention to these portals and only paying attention to letting the airlines get that information. So I hope that, you'll be able to somehow be in contact with these portals, and at least, it's very easy for them to add on a banner.
Absolutely, and we'll follow up with Cheap Tickets, and as a follow-up, we'll continue going online and seeing all the, because as you know, there's a ton of channels that book. We'll continue to go online and see if we can find ones that are not doing as good a job in contacting them. But thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, because they can easily go online like I did, and I'm going on Orbitz right now to see what they're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Jade, I had a question. Was the reservation for the full 14 days at least? When you guys verify the reservation, do you check if it's for at least 14 days?
No, we checked within that 14 days. We're gonna call them at least 3 times.
No. Okay, so before they leave the airport, you said you're verifying. You mentioned that yesterday somebody did not have a reservation, so they had to book one before they left the airport.
Yes. So, but the first verification that we do is that we contact their phone number.
No, I get that.
Make sure that.
When you do the reservation, is the reservation at the hotel at least 14 days?
Sarah Delacruz, this is Chris. We're probably going to have to. We'll follow up with the AG. Our understanding is we confirm that they have lodging, and that's the current directive from the proclamation, it doesn't allow us to turn them away if they've got less than 14 days. So we haven't been asking, but we can ask that question, but we won't, at this point, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Okay, but you know, at least law enforcement would know that they don't have a reservation for at least 14 days. And we should check with the Attorney General to try to clarify some of that.
Can I?
Will do, thank you.
Okay, Chris, I just went on Orbitz, and Orbitz says important, this destination may have COVID-19 travel restrictions in place, including specific restrictions on lodging. Check any national, local, and health advisory for this destination before you book. So why couldn't they say, we have a 14-day quarantine, then that knows that they gotta have a 14-day reservation at least. But yeah, all of these sites are not specific as to what it might be.
And was that, I'm sorry, Senator, was that cheap tickets again?
No, that's Orbitz.
Orbitz, okay, thank you.
Just a question, Chris, could you put something that's, you know, one of the airlines has used that's effective in terms of the 14-day quarantine and send it out to everyone so it's a consistent message for anyone selling tickets to Hawaii? Is that a possibility of providing that kind of language?
We'll do it. In fact, Hawaii does a good job. So let us do that.
Thank you.
Senator Gidani.
Yeah, Chris, can I ask what the hotels are telling their guests when they check in?
Make the reservation.
I'm sorry, what are they telling their guests?
Yeah, when they check in, are they notifying the guests that we have a 14-day quarantine so they are not to leave their rooms?
Yes, there's actually, each of the hotels have a document. I apologize I didn't send it this time, I sent it last time. It's basically summarizing what the quarantine law is, what their requirements are, and they actually have them sign it, and so they understand what the requirements are. We've had a few that have broken that quarantine. They have called the police. They have responded. The police have been very good at that. To Senator Favella's point, yeah, it is a lot of effort, but everyone knows how important it is. So, but they are provided that information and also provided that they're not supposed to leave their room during the time of their quarantine.
That's very good to hear. Thank you for that.
Last week, you know, there were homeless that were picked up at Ala Park that got through that flew into Hawaii. At that time, was there any verification process?
No, I don't think to the level that they're doing right now. I mean, we were verifying, you know, they had an ID and that what they put on there. But you guys, to your point and to your credit, identified again, and a number of people gave us feedback on, you know, we had to go the extra step and actually making the contact and confirming all the information on there, and that's just what we got to do. But it wasn't. We were confirming the information that they had an idea and their name was correct on there, but that was probably the extent of it.
Okay.
So yeah.
Are there conversations now about a designated, secured quarantine site? You know, because just a couple of days ago, there were the 2 visitors that were warned, and then they checked out of the hotel, they went to a different hotel, they kept going around Hawaii. So some people are asking, at what point do we put in a designated quarantine site that's secured by National Guard?
Yeah, and thank you, Senator. The team here, not myself, but our team was actively involved in that process. With both those hotels did a great job following up and follow up from Haima. I have heard different conversations about that from Haima, but we can follow up with them.
Okay, I guess for the Attorney General, can you explain what would be the legal issues and how could we overcome them so that we could have a state designated quarantine site?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator. I apologize for being delayed. In terms of setting up a designated location, that is something we've been drilling down on because it's something that we've been discussing as a possibility, certainly help enforcement. And it's in terms of where we stand with respect to whether we would need an order beyond just the 14-day quarantine period, or how we would actually, as a constitutional matter, require it of people. I think it's a question of degree. So we have to sort of see what the capability is. If we're going to be designating 10 hotels for the purpose of being able to say to those 10 hotels, you guys now have to, you're going to be taking people, you're going to be now responsible for ensuring this, and already I believe, and I've seen some of the policies that are being required of hotels who are going to continue to have guests stay in their hotels. And that's going to be one area. So if we're talking about 10, 15, if we're talking about at the time people come in and are screened, verifying that they're at a certain hotel, if they're going to be at Royal Hawai'i, or if they're going to be at a certain place, then calling that hotel and saying, all right, you're about to have a person who's going to be quarantined there, you know, and doing that kind of verification process, then that's less intrusive. So, sorry, but you're...
No, you can continue.
Okay, all right. So, yes, so I think in terms of designating quarantine sites that are more readily verified, more readily managed, enforced, that is something that I think we're having conversations with Ha'ima, with DOT, with law enforcement about how some of that might look. So we'll be pegging our legal advice accordingly as we have those capacity, capability, and then legal questions.
Okay, so what's the timeline on that?
I have meetings today with Ha'ima. I've got meetings next week. I mean, we're working on it now. And as I think I've said before, we do have an EP team that is kind of, we're sending questions to them. And as we find out that this is actually something that we have capacity to do, it looks like we're going to be rolling this out. We're turning around as quick and soon as we can. Any kind of legal parameters. As I think I mentioned last time, there are a whole lot of things in the whole array of options available to us. It's going to be ankle bracelets at a certain number of hotels. It's going to be ankle bracelets at all hotels. Is it going to be, we're still trying to drill down on some of the issues that we're trying to increase the enforcement capacity on. So we're working with those different teams yesterday, today, and moving on to next week to address these issues.
Question. Senator Kim?
Attorney General, so is the governor willing to amend his proclamation to 14 days before instituting some of these other measures?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I really heard you. You're asking what the governor's decided to do about the 14-day period?
Yeah, is he willing to amend his proclamation? You know, if I sound like I'm yelling, I want people to know when they say you're yelling, because they can't hear us. And so we have to
The mic is actually
louder,
kind of far.
right? So I'm not yelling at you, I'm just trying to get my voice out there so you can hear me. But is the governor willing to amend his proclamation to make it clear that it's a 14-day quarantine, so you need to have a 14-day reservation? Because that would solve some of the other problems before having to take people that are 5 days, 7 days, and putting ankle bracelets on them or putting them up.
My understanding is that we're still staying with the 14-day or shorter, but what's happening is Ha'ima and others are looking at things that you had mentioned before, Senator, like how do we get people from the hotel to their quarantine, to the airport, from the airport to their hotel, those types of things. So I know in one of the meetings I'm going to be involved in, those aspects of it are being addressed. So that's, I believe it's still going to be the quarantine day, 14 days, or the stay of your trip, whichever is shorter, still going to be the language in the next
so
week.
that's the question, is whether the governor is willing to keep it at 14 days and not or shorter or whatever your reservation is.
Right, and I think the policy issue is still the same, that we actually don't want that many visitors here because we're always concerned about hospital capacity, we're concerned about our ability to just handle the traffic, and then frankly to keep people within hotels and their rented accommodations for the 14-day period. So I think the way that they're looking at it at the policy level is still to address the concerns you raised, which is to say you're going to be quarantined. If you're going to be there for 5 days, you can't be out shopping. You got to go directly from the airport to your hotel, and you stay there, and you then leave at the next time that you are scheduled to leave.
Okay, but to your point that we don't want, we don't have the resources and want to limit the amount of travelers, wouldn't it make sense for the governor to amend his policy to say, we have a 14-day quarantine, and because of that, your reservation has to be 14 days, otherwise you violate our 14-day quarantine policy? I mean, that's a simple thing to do, and so I'm just trying to find out. He's not willing to do that. Is that the case?
My understanding is that we're not changing the 14 days or the length of your trip, whichever is shorter. And in part, I think it is also a function of being able to require people who might only be here for 5 days and want to stay in a hotel for 5 days in Hawaii to stay an extra 9 days. And I understand if it's an additional deterrent, that could be another thing. That's a lot of what we have been trying to do with these 14-day quarantines, and that was the deterrent effect that led us to the current volume of people that we're seeing come into the state now. But my understanding is that we're still staying with that 15 days or the length of your stay, whichever is shorter.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
The question is, I hear that we might be choosing certain hotels to do this quarantine. Again, we know for a fact it was confirmed by the general that Pearl Harbor still have the facilities that they had renovated and got ready for the mass quarantine. So instead of giving them a nice pillow and a nice beautiful soap that they're going to be using to be quarantined, that'll get some reality so that they don't think to do it again. If you guys are going to say, the quarantine, and we're going to use some of the hotels to put them in quarantine, then this is like relocating them to another vacation, and when they follow the 3 days, they'll go home. But they still got the chance to stay in the hotel. But if they know that they're going to go on a military bus to a military base, I can guarantee you that would spread like wildfire, and nobody would want to be there. Nobody would want to come. Because right now, they still get a chance to go to Waikiki and be escorted and have a transportation to the hotels. I just don't think that is fair to the residents and our first responders.
So, Attorney General, if you can give us a timeline as to when you guys are going to finish flushing out all those different legal questions and what options the state has to actually require self-quarantining at a designated site. And then the other things that I guess you mentioned as regards to the cuffs or things like that. Senator Moriwaki.
Just to clarify, Attorney General, thank you. The last time you were here, you said that the quarantine and the requirements of the order were mandatory. A person from Hawai'i, I guess a deputy, came at one of our meetings and said it was voluntary. I just wanted clarification that in fact it is mandatory and everybody has to sign it or be returned home or go to jail or whatever, be fined.
If the 14-day quarantine order is mandatory. There's nothing voluntary about it. If you are ordered to be quarantined for 14 days, self-quarantine for 14 days, you have to do that, and in violation that will result in potential prosecution.
Okay, thank you. Also, as a follow-up, we had asked about a surcharge, but maybe not a surcharge, a fee for the cost of if we have to quarantine them, if we are going to shuttle them, we are going to put an ankle bracelet on them or a bracelet on them. All of those are costs to the state, and you were going to check with FAA or the federal, whoever, authorities. Is there any follow-up on that, or can that be reviewed again to see what the costs are, because it's likely there may be costs incurred?
Right, yes, and I think I might have addressed that the last time I was before this committee, because it was an issue of designating a special fund, right? So we needed to, in the normal course, have the legislative authority to designate a special fund for these purposes, but that doesn't mean that there's not the ability to stand that type of fund up. It's just that in normal instances, when we have emergencies, the legislature is still in session, and this aspect of that hadn't quite been fully contemplated, that would not be a possibility. But there are a number of funding sources through DOT. There are a number of ways that I already know DOT is looking to stand up the additional resources, and our office is drilling down on all the different aspects of the CARES Act funding and things like that too. So the direct surcharge issue, as I'm recalling, and I can step back and find my specific notes so I don't step over what I said last time, but it could be set up as a special fund if it's tied to those specific needs, but what we have to do is for the purposes of identifying that fund, it's usually set up by the legislature.
I'm just wondering whether not a surcharge, but a sort of reimbursement for services or costs, and it could be I don't know, borne by the private sector, so it doesn't have to come into the state as a special fund and we have to regulate.
Right. And we do have examples of certain funds, the private sector, that have been set up to assist us, right? The VASH money that we've been utilizing to send people back is an example of a fund that we've been utilizing in support of our law enforcement efforts. That's been very helpful. So there is always that aspect to it. In terms of specifically tying it to some kind of special fund that would act like a fee or some kind of regulatory fee or something along those lines, then we have to consider the way that the current laws are set up, requiring this designation by the legislation, but by the legislative branch. But I don't think that precludes us from looking at the various sources of funds to come up with some of these programs that we've been talking about. And that's what we're going to be drilling down and have been with DOT.
Any other questions?
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you got to this and I just missed it. But, if we do set up quarantine sites for incoming passengers, can we distinguish between residents and non-residents in ordering them to quarantine at a state-designated location?
Yes, that you can do that. I mean, part of that policy decision, right? Because if we have residents and we decide that our policy is driven by some determination that going home and staying with your family, we have compliance issues that we don't have with respect to tourists, we can do that. I don't see that as a discrimination issue along the same lines as we're talking about with banning certain types of travel, right, which you talked about before, could implicate the FAA grant assurances and things like that, because it could be deemed discriminatory. When they are on state land and when they're within our general jurisdiction, then we would have the ability to do that. We would have the ability to say to individuals, well, this is the quarantine location that you have to be located at for a certain period of time, and to say that might not be applicable to residents, because we feel in terms of compliance, if you're going to be staying at home and everybody in your home wants people to be safe in the community and things like that, do think that there is that possibility. And those are certainly, Senator, some of the issues that we're drilling down on as we're looking at what that might look like, and anything that I'm not thinking of off the cuff right now that could apply legally to that kind of.
Well, I mean, so you need to have some sort of reasonable, if that's the case, then it seems to me like there needs to be some sort of reasonable justification that a mandatory quarantine order for a resident in home is resulting in compliance, right? Because the whole reason why we would propose a mandatory quarantine at a state-designated location for a non-resident is because we're having trouble with compliance.
Right.
The legal constitutional justification.
Right. For quarantines, we want some level of justification, because we assume at some point we might get sued and we're going to need to go forward and justify it. In the traveler quarantines, we feel that the overriding health guidance that says 14 days is incubation of the disease, therefore that makes sense. The disease doesn't discriminate, so we can't discriminate between residents and travelers who are tourists, because it applies across the board. So I believe that a justifiable distinction based on something we can say has a health and policy concern or health and safety concerns as policy justification. So you're right, as that would translate into what that means with respect to the health and safety compliance issues, if we're finding that the compliance issues aren't so much with the residents, that they are mostly with the tourists, and that's the reason justifying that policy, then we just need to be prepared to do it. And of course, the time frame, again, will be pushed by the public health advice, and then in terms of how we designate it, that would be, I think, fairly within the policy discussion about compliance.
But can you follow up on that question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Okay. So you're talking about all this discrimination and all these laws, but technically right now we're violating on our violations for our residents. Because when our residents do come home, it's supposed to be 14 days, not 3 days, not 2 days. So we are right now discriminating the residents and the people of Hawaii, because they gotta make sure that they stay out of the house for 14 days, but our tourists come in for 3 days, and that's okay. So those are the things that I think you guys gotta check that thing out, because you guys trying to all this kind of discriminatory thing, but we're in a crisis. Hawaii is in a lockdown. Hawaii residents is feeling the pressure because they get the pressure from our mayor that don't care and everybody else. And now you're telling me it's okay, you just did it today, that's now. It's okay if it takes 3 days or less, and it will happen. They have to set a 14 days. Senator Donald McCarthy is saying this over and over. If they do not have the 14 days, which is being issued by the governor as law, so if they cannot comply to the state proclamation law, they should not be leaving the plane. And it's not being discrimination with FAA and all that. It's the governor's law. So if the people of Hawaii are going to follow the law, who has their rights because they have special privileges? They should have the same laws to follow as residents. 14-day minimum, and if you don't have that, sorry, you cannot depart the plane. And FAA gotta understand that. And if they don't, now they pay for the 14 days and have them quarantine the guys here. Or have a clean hanger or something with some army carts and some portable toilet. You know what I mean? Because that's what it is. Think about it. All the residents getting ticketed, surfing, in the water, everything. Then we get a tourist, stop paying. All we do is tell them to leave. No ticket. But the residents getting ticketed. Ticketing for parking here, going there, surfing. I mean, that is already discrimination. But nobody's saying nothing about the residents being discriminated against. But we're only going to talk about the tourists. And think about it really hard now. Think about it really hard.
Senator, if a resident wants to leave after 3 days, they can leave too. So there's no discrimination. They don't have to stay in their home for 14 days. If they want to leave the state after 3 days, they can as well.
Okay. So then, what was the proclamation for the 14-day quarantine when you come off the plane and go home?
Yeah, so if you are coming into the state and you're going to stay for 14 days or longer, you have to spend the first 14 days of your stay in quarantine. If you're going to leave the state...
So, when they coming home, right, it was said in this proclamation that when they get off the plane as a resident, was coming in from Vegas, that they was told at the airport that they got to go home and 14-day quarantine themselves. So a lot of them did comply, a lot of them complied, but now, again, what I'm trying to explain to you is that only if they have a 14-day stay as our tourists and our guests to Hawaii, then they stay the 14 days. But if they stay 14 days or less, it's okay because they can go home.
Right, so to clarify, if a resident comes, they are staying in their home for 14 days, however, they're going to leave the state within that 14-day period, the resident can leave as well.
Not leaving the state, I'm talking about leaving the house.
So any person who is in the state for that 14-day period after they arrive has to stay in their house or their hotel. And that applies across the board.
Except to go to the airport.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Senator Milwaukee.
Hi, I have one question, and it's kind of shifting gears, but if we were told that if in fact the proclamation is terminated May 31st, so June 1, we start ramping up, I guess, tourists coming back or the planes coming in with tourists. What is the plan going forward? Can we test them? Can we still quarantine? Because I think Chris Tatum said earlier, planes aren't going to come with a lot of visitors if in fact they have to stay the 14 days. So at what point and how are you ramping up back to normalcy, and what kinds of things can we require of people coming in? You know, the testing, or what are the restrictions when we have no proclamation?
Right, and my understanding is that this is a larger conversation that's being really motivated by things like the Johns Hopkins studies, by a lot of deep thinking that's happening on the policy level about what that looks like, right? The first thing we have to do is be comfortable with our numbers. We have to be comfortable with our positives and our fatality rates and things like that to make any changes. So I don't know that that's going to be what happens on June 1. I think it's going to be part of a larger discussion about where we are with respect to the data that we see coming in. Then as to what happens if we do feel comfortable with our numbers, if we do feel like single digits is an okay place to be in order for us to allow to open up some of these different things, businesses and operations and stuff, then the next issue is absolutely, and it absolutely is contact tracing. And the Department of Health since 2005 has been doing already ILI testing assessments of people who come off any flight and feel ill. It's mandated by the federal government that if someone is ill on an airplane, the airline has to report that. And then a person is assessed by AMR when they get off the flight. If they have influenza-like illness as assessed by the AMR employee, then they are offered a test, a diagnostic test, and it can cover the entire respiratory pathogen spectrum. So that is in place. Does it need to be more robust in light of what we've seen in this COVID-19 era? Absolutely, and all of us agree with that. So the ability to open up is a larger policy question that I know a lot of people are having. The second question as to what kind of testing and tracing we have to be able to do is clearly what needs to be in place before we do that. And that's sort of the conversations that I'm having as well, because it's not just screening at the airports and what we can do there, but it's then how we otherwise survey or monitor the disease or any progression in our community. And when we get that level of comfort in place, that we can understand how the disease is moving through our community and understand what our capacity is with respect to our facilities and hospitals, then we understand what the policy implications of that will be. And that level of flexibility is the calculus that we're going to be asking the people of Hawai'i for. So in terms of the 14-day quarantine, I envision that's probably, and Dr. Park, I think is the person that I've been hearing talking about this 14-day quarantine is possibly going to stay for a while. And that's going to be something we're going to have to keep in place. Because again, before the 14-day quarantine, we saw large numbers of people. After the 14-day quarantine was imposed, we saw many, many fewer people coming to the state. So I think what I hear Alan Orshima discussing, General Hara, the governor, it sounds like we are going to be keeping that 14-day policy in place for a while.
So we have the authorization to do that without a proclamation order?
No.
Or we have to have that order in place for a while, and that's the authorization for doing quarantine.
And so currently, it's only allowed under the emergency proclamation. I guess what she's trying to ask is, what would be the language that the legislature would have to consider to actually put it in statute?
Or do we need to?
No.
Actually, we're going to be meeting the House Senate leadership, the House COVID leadership group next week to start looking at what some of that legislation would look like, what's necessary, what's already in place. So yes, we are and happy to do the same with the Senate too, to start looking at legislation. Because you're right, the emergency powers are one aspect, and we might be in this version or iteration of an emergency for a long period of time, but we do need to figure out how some of the existing Department of Health laws can be made more robust, perhaps, to address some of these issues and how those might need to be changed. So we're part of that conversation, and we're willing to have it with more people.
Okay, I just had a quick question on the couple that was arrested. They were warned and then they were arrested. Were they offered bail, or how did they end up not being put in jail or paying the fine?
Are you talking about the couple that was arrested in Oahu? We've had a few couples arrested,
yeah,
or apprehended and processed through the system. You're talking about the one that was at the and then they moved to the operating hotel.
Correct.
Yes, right. So what happened with that one is our AG investigators got a call that from the hotel. My understanding is that there were non-compliant. Went down, they investigated, and they determined they were non-compliant. They were advised of the need to stay within their quarantine designated location. They were then found to have violated that by moving to a separate hotel. So then at that point, they were told they were going to be prosecuted, and they made arrangements to leave the island, but they are still being prosecuted. They are, my office, my Justice Division, handling that prosecution.
Okay, so if they're found guilty, then they have to come back to Hawaii and do jail time?
You do not have to come back to Hawaii to plea because it's a misdemeanor, right? So in terms of doing jail time, that would be a question I think worked out at the level of the prosecutor and defense attorney and sort of the court. Obviously, we just released March 2nd 700 inmates from our prison system. I'm not looking to increase that population at this time. But I would imagine there would be some kind of plea arrangement or some kind of arrangement as to that prosecution.
Okay, so when they were arrested, they weren't put in jail and offered bail. They were, instead of prosecuting them or putting them in jail, they were asked to go to the airport and leave.
I think Senator Fravella's got a hot mic, so I'm just having a double echoing on my side here. Okay, that's better. Senator Delper, sorry.
So when they left, before they left, did they have to pay a fine or bail, or they just left and you're going to prosecute later?
Yeah, they have not been convicted yet of anything. Unlike the other case, Irena Lopez Browning was also prosecuted by my office. She was arrested and then fled out right then and there. So she, as a term or condition of her plea, was escorted onto an aircraft. And my investigators went to the airport, made sure she got on the flight, and then left. So yes, that prosecution was handled like that, and then we addressed the matter then and there. With this one, the prosecution and the investigation is still pending, and it is still an open case in my office.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's possible to increase the bail for people the amount of bail for people who violate, and is it also possible to ban rental cars to non-Hawaii residents unless they have paperwork that proves they finished their quarantine?
All right, so two questions there. One, is it possible to increase bail for violators of the quarantine order?
Correct.
Okay. And the second one is possible to ban rental cars to
non-Hawaii residents until they've proven they finished their 14-day quarantine.
Until after the 14-day quarantine. I understand. Yeah, okay. And that, right, I think that goes back to the point that we're trying to really close up how they get from the airport to the hotel, right? I understand. A rent-a-car might create a lot of other points of contact, right?
Senator King.
I just wanted to update Chris. I've been doing the search online and found that a number of the portals have the exact same message that just says your travel may be impacted. And then if you go to like Trivago, it just says that your COVID stay may impact your travel plans, that even less. And then if you go to Priceline, they have nothing. But then once you hit a flight, which I was able to get for $289.99, leaving May 9th, coming back on the 14th, Los Angeles round trip. And it says that if you want to know more, because there could be restrictions, to check here, and when you check it, there's nothing. You can't pull down anything they don't tell you anything. So there's really a lot to be said about the notifications on these portals. And so I hope you can get a handle on it and make those changes as soon as possible.
Right, I can certainly, Priceline is the one I believe you mentioned, Senator. We can certainly write to Priceline and say that it needs to advise people that there's a 14-day quarantine. That's something we could look into.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
So, no follow-up. of the fine.
Okay, go ahead.
But when,
Is it a question?
on the paper that we had right now, in the, and before that, it was, talking about fine. So did anybody, any of these individuals that got arrested, that prosecuted, or any prosecution, that any fines assisted?
Right, so the case that we're still prosecuting, which is the case of the two individuals I was talking to Senator Del Cruz about, that's it's up to a maximum of $5,000 or a year in jail. So as part of that prosecution process, what ends up being the end result, there's a plea or a trial, whatever it ends up being, then we'll know what that ultimate fine imposed after finding of guilt is.
Okay, so then, was that process happening, or can you guys just keep us in the loop so we can know exactly if this thing ever would work, if they got the fine, any kind of fine? Oh, that would be really nice to see.
Right, certainly, we can do that. I mean, I know from numbers I saw yesterday that 19 people have returned. Some of whom have been prosecuted, some of them are pending prosecution, but they've been given flights through VASH. And then, of course, there are additional on top of that 19 who paid their own way back because they had the means to do it.
Okay, Senator Te'o Kalole.
Yeah, thank you. So along these lines, thus far there have been no actual prosecutions of individuals who've lied or misled the screeners at the airport, prior to being allowed to exit the airport.
Well, actually, no, the prosecution of the two individuals I was just discussing, that was falsification to a sworn officer, so we did include those charges. The main issue is violation of the quarantine order.
But there haven't to date been any assessed penalties. These are plea agreements.
Well, actually, that prosecution is still pending, so those are the charges. We included not just the violation of the quarantine orders, but we also included the falsification. I forget what the actual term is, but along the lines of what you just said, lying to a state official. So that one's still pending, though we haven't finalized that case yet.
Is there a legal justification to if those individuals are detained either for falsifying information and they're caught at the airport or later on, is there a legal justification to house them in a separate location because of the nature of the offense and the public health injury that elicit from that type of activity?
So you're suggesting based on the nature of the crime or based on the nature of the fact that they...
Yeah, based on the nature of the fact that these individuals were required to submit to a quarantine and violating the public health danger. I don't want them in the jail because they could potentially infect the jail population.
Right.
So what would the legal justification be for putting them somewhere else and detaining them?
So I want to take a look at DPS policies. I know that they already have policies in place for isolating or segregating individuals based on health concerns. And that would be what we would utilize, right? We'd say, well, these are policies that are in place for exactly the reason you just identified, because they present a health risk. So I think that's fair enough, because I know we do that anyway.
Yeah, lock them up on the Marimon, or put them on a barge, make them wait out the 14 days there. They'll be fine. Why don't we do that instead? And then last question is the need for legislation to can you still hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm lagging. I'm interested in understanding the legal limits of the executive's emergency authority. You alluded earlier to the necessity of legislative action to crystallize some of these requirements. And because it looks like we're dealing with, an 18 to maybe 3-year potential window in dealing with this virus, there is a point where the necessity of these emergency proclamations is going to ebb, and we could potentially end up in a situation where there's a civil rights challenge that is subjected to a higher level of scrutiny, right? And I'm just wondering what for you in your initial assessments of this danger, where are the areas where we might be losing a constitutional challenge of that nature?
Right, so I think it goes the full length of whether we're using ankle bracelets, for example, whether or not we're using facial recognition, whether or not we're requiring 24/7 monitoring through GPS, because then we start getting into Fourth Amendment issues, then we start getting into potential, obviously, search and seizure issues under the United States Constitution. So that's sort of in our future, and that's part of what our discussion is. Because right now what we've done, I feel, is good. Our 14-day policy, I think, meets the constitutional requirements because it's motivated by this public health crisis, and it's motivated by the need to take appropriate action to maintain the health and safety of the individuals who live in our community. But now, as you said, we're going to have to get to a place where this is a part of the new normal, and that's why we're looking at whether or not legislation is needed. As it turns out, there's already quite a bit that Department of Health can't do. But if we need to come up with some new aspect of legislation that deals directly with travelers during a pandemic or something along those lines, I think that's that conversation is going to move from the place of where we're talking about the ability to quarantine in this emergency to the ability to take potentially invasive actions to monitor travelers. And again, I think it runs the gamut from what they're doing in Taiwan, which is you wear an ankle bracelet for 14 days, and if you go outside your hotel room, it pings, and that's the only information that gets conveyed to the government, not any kind of 24-hour surveillance about what you're doing in your room or how you're spending your time. 2, the 24/7 GPS, we know exactly where you are, what you're doing at all times. And so those are the types of legal questions.
Well, so frankly, the reason I bring this, sorry to cut you off, because we have the Department of Health coming up, shortly, so I want to finish quick. Frankly, the legislative action makes me more nervous than utilizing the governor's emergency power, because this is clearly a crisis. And what I would like to, hopefully we get out of the Department of Health today, or in the days and weeks and months going forward, is if we're going to need legislative action on it, that needs to be really clearly articulated based off of some sort of epidemiological framework, right?
I agree, and that's why I think I have a meeting next week with Dr. Park and legislators on the House side to exactly start drilling down on that and to take a survey of what the existing framework is and how we need to, if at all, make it more address that. So you're absolutely right, Senator.
I'd like to emphasize the utility of color-coded pictures, and then I'll just end with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
One question.
Okay, last question, so we can move on to the Department of Health for Chris Tatum.
Chris, just thank you. Thank you, Attorney General. Chris, I just wanted to know, the quarantine is so that we protect ourselves from this person who may or may not be infected. And so I'm just wondering, on your phone calls during this 14-day period, are you asking, what are the questions you're asking of the quarantine person, i.e., do you have a fever, do you have a cough, so that you can see whether there are symptoms or not. And then, as I mentioned the last time we spoke, at the 14-day end period, what are you asking them, so that we have some way of monitoring their 14-day period as being quarantined and not infectious?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. This is Keith Regan speaking, so I can speak to that on behalf of Chris and HTA. So my understanding is that when the call center agents are interacting with the visitors, they're asking them if they're complying with the 14-day quarantine, if they're still, if they continue to comply. And then also they are asking about if they're experiencing any health issues. So those questions are asked, that's my understanding, by the call agents.
So all the symptoms of COVID are being asked of these people when you call them, the 3 times you call them?
I don't know if they specifically asked, 1, do you have a fever? 2, do you have a cough? 3, are you experiencing body aches? I mean, I don't know that it goes to that extent, but I think they're asking them general questions about health.
So do you think it could be, you could be coordinated with the health department and see at least some general questions that could be asked at that time, so that we can in fact have some reasonable idea that the person is infectious free?
So you know what, I'm just gonna interrupt real quick.
Yes, Senator, we will include that, Senator.
Yeah, so can we just continue this at a later time once you guys get some analysis? Just because Dr. Park only has to 1:45, so I don't want to keep going and then we run out of time for Dr. Park. And if HTA, if you can just double check with on your website, HBCB's website, on all your island chapters, the 14-day quarantine is not very explicit. So if that could be more dominant on your guys' webpage.
Yes, absolutely. We'll go back and look at them. I know we did it at the beginning, but we'll do it again.
Okay, so we're going to take a quick recess so we can set up for Dr. Park, who's going to present a flow chart on contact tracing. So thank you guys for attending the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I know there have been a lot of questions, people have ideas about it, and I think I'm happy to be able to explain briefly, hopefully, what we do. What you're seeing in front of you is a simple info sheet that we actually posted on our website. If you go to our website under the what is Hawaii Department of Health is doing, you'll see, if you scroll down the screen, you'll see this. I'll also comment, this is a little bit, maybe a little technical compared with what the Joint Information Center I know is producing, is in the process of finalizing a more sort of general lay public, sort of a little friendlier, kind of more public health education type of graphic, but this is a little more technical. But the chief reason why I have this up here is really so you can actually focus on the sort of the icons, because that actually just helps illustrate a little bit better what we're talking about. So what is contact tracing? I think the most important thing, first of all, to understand is it's just one of many things we do in the practice of applied epidemiology. What we do on a day-in, day-out basis for investigating any number of diseases. You know, people have asked us, what's your protocol for contact tracing? There is no protocol because we do it for every disease. So why have a protocol for every specific disease? And especially if you do it, everyone who's doing what we do knows what that means, right? But I understand for the general public out there, it's like if I ask my husband who's a structural engineer, so what do you do to build a building? Build block by block. He can't break it down to me because he does it on a regular. It's just sort of understood. So this is our attempt to help people understand a little bit of what we do, public health practice. contact tracing. The first step, as you see, is identify the case, represented by that blue box. And that's the first rule of thumb in any investigations. We have to confirm what we're dealing with. And so generally speaking, it's confirming by testing, diagnostic testing, but also not just diagnostic testing, the clinical, the epidemiological background, having that good understanding. And the first thing we do once we confirm that is we talk to that person. And we have to get every nuance of, where were they in that past incubation, the incubation period. We have to know, when did your illness start? And then go back, walk back. And in this case of COVID, 14 days. And we ask them, and if I would ask you, do you know where you were 14 days, the past 14 days? I think it's a little bit easier right now with the shelter in place, obviously, but in normal times, you're out and about, and if I asked you, who did you sit down across the table from face to face? Every single person. Just like in a foodborne outbreak, what passed through your lips? Every single thing. So that's what we have to do with every single case we talk to. And then once we get them, people are thinking about that, then we say, okay, help us generate a list of all your contacts. And if you can't remember all the contacts, where were you? And if there's potential you were face-to-face with someone in a public setting, where was that public setting? Maybe it was a gate agent that you had, 10-minute conversation very close to each other because you were arguing about your ticket or something like this, Those things are relevant for us, and we write those things down, and we generate the list. Now, once we have that list of contacts, then we move to number 2, which is we find and notify those close contacts. Now remember, some of those close contacts are going to be household contacts, so they'll know who the case is, or their friends, and the person may self-identify to those friends. But most people, that person is not going to be self-identified, to those people. So we have to protect their identity, right? So then we have to identify those contacts, and we have to approach those contacts, and we have to say, if they don't know who it is, comment that, okay, we understand just based on our investigation, you have potentially been exposed in a face-to-face contact with a confirmed case. So we need to talk with you about, the fact that you're going to have to be in quarantine, which of course most people are not going to be happy to hear, right? And then go through, advice about what kind of symptoms they need to look for, and talk to them about how we're going to be monitoring them every single day until the 14 days are up from the time of the last exposure. Okay. And that's the, number 3, the advise the close contacts in quarantine. So it's a very, very much a very interactive thing. And then as we monitor, we get to number 4, so then what if one of those close contacts becomes symptomatic? And this is where it gets important for us to understand what are your symptoms. Because if they say, I've got chest pain, that's not COVID-like symptoms, right? Maybe they've got a severe headache and nothing else, right? That's not necessarily COVID. But now they say they have cough, they have fever, or fever. Now we're leaning in and we're saying that maybe this could be COVID, especially in a household contact, right? So we're looking, and we have to really understand these things before we then move to the next phase. Now, previously, we would have immediately tested these individuals, okay, to confirm that they're a case. And then if they're positive, then the cycle starts all the way back to number 1, and now we're talking to them about their contacts from the time they start getting ill. Now, hopefully, they've been in quarantine, so the number of contacts will be very limited, and it's all predicated on how quickly you get on top of those contacts, right? Because if they do become ill, the number of contacts they themselves have becomes very limited, right? So moving to where we are now, if we're talking about a household contact and they develop symptoms, we actually are not offering, we're offering testing, but we're not necessarily going to test and actually most household contacts by now are saying, you know what, I don't want to test, I know what I got, and it's the same as what husband or wife or brother or whatever has. And we basically, by a case definition that has now been established among all states, we call that a probable case, as opposed to the first one, the confirmed case. because we call it probable case because it is what we call epidemiologically linked to that confirmed case. There is a close contact with a confirmed case, and now clinically presents with symptoms that are consistent with COVID-like illness. So that is consistent with what we call a probable case. So that's why, now we don't necessarily test everyone if we can identify that close linkage and a compatible illness. And then we just treat them as if it is a case. So then now we change, they're not in quarantine, they're in isolation. And we're monitoring them through their illness, especially to make sure if they progress in their illness, that they, get the appropriate health care that they need. And at some point, they are released from isolation. So those are the basic steps of contact tracing. I want to point out, a lot of people have asked us, what kind of help do we need, and I'm sure it's very obvious, in the heat of the first wave here, unfortunately we're now at a much lower level of disease activity. There's a lot of cases being thrown our way, and you can imagine, especially before the shelter in place, the 14-day quarantine, there were a lot more contacts per case. I would say, for the average person, and I can get you exact numbers, my staff are actually still crunching those numbers, but I would say that qualitatively, my staff have said the average person might have maybe around 4 or 5 contacts, right? Just close contacts, remember. Whereas some cases we found it was really hard to distinguish, and it was almost very few, but there were a few that had like 100 close contacts. So that kind of case makes a lot more work for us. And it varies like that. And so yes, the burden is high. We had a lot of people come to us and volunteering their services, and we're happy to get those volunteers, except that we're looking for a specific type of person to help us. And just from what I've explained to you, I think it's inherently obvious that what we need are people who are used to talking to people, administering an interview, a questionnaire, not just interviewing and doing small talk, but actually
We're good at asking questions.
You can help, yeah. But there's a specific way in which you're supposed to ask the questions. To
maybe we couldn't help.
Take that back.
But there's a specific way you need to ask the questions, and then you're trying to jog people's memory. So we pull out a calendar. We tell people look at a calendar, look at your schedule book, things like this to help jog people's memory. And it really is that interaction that has to happen. Someone has to be comfortable doing that and knows some of the techniques of doing that. And maybe it's also being culturally sensitive, for example, or just understanding someone's clinical history, even because maybe this is someone who's in and out of the hospital or something. So it's really just having some of that background. We don't actually require that someone needs an epidemiological background, because these would be, we call them epi-extenders. The epi-investigators are the ones that are understanding the data and things like that from the actual data that we need. But what we need help in are people who can administer these sort of questions and then monitor and know what to look for to alert for if this needs to be case, or we need to alert healthcare issues. Our limiting factor for bringing on cases, and what I'm showing you here, this is a face page for our Maven, what we call our Maven database. This is our our disease surveillance and case management system. It can be seeming quite complicated. And I would point out to you, up here is a search bar. If you just type someone's name in there, their records come up. So access to this system has to be monitored closely, and we have to make sure that people who have access, including volunteers, have to be vetted, have to be they have to sign off on data use agreements, on confidentiality. They have to have an appreciation for confidentiality issues, right? And humans are humans, right? It's easy if they know it's that easy, they can just type their friend's name in, their sister, whatever they just want to see, and not just COVID records will come up, it's all our reportable disease conditions. So this was a little bit of rate limiting in that we had to make sure people were vetted. We also, I tasked in the midst of all the response, I tasked my IT staff to start looking to try and develop a portal that would try to restrict down that access so that we could bring on volunteers, but they'd only have partial access to the system. That's technically difficult. And so that's somewhat limited, and that's where we preferentially wanted to look within the department, because obviously within the department, our colleagues understand confidentiality. Our public health nurses were the best resources for us. And you know, silver lining out of the schools being out was that we had a lot of public health nurses normally working with the schools who have time. And so we actually started pulling a lot of our public health nurses in. And they have been amazing, I have to say, you know, amazing partnership with our public health nurses. We've also pulled in from the university. We've actually, the other silver lining out of this is we've cemented stronger relationships with UH, the School of Nursing. We pulled in student nurses. We pulled in medicine residents and pediatric residents to help us. And not just for contact tracing, by the way. Everyone focuses on contact tracing, but we also have a big infection control team that's providing infection control guidance, one-on-one consults with infection preventionists in the healthcare facilities, the long-term care facilities. That's a huge part of what we do, as well as helping to do contact tracing in the healthcare facilities. We actually divide that a little bit in that if it's contact tracing in the regular sort of public area, then it's the regular investigators. If it's contact tracing in the healthcare realm, then we have the infection control team really working with the infection control teams of the hospitals to do it collaboratively. And actually that's the other thing is that when there is contact tracing required in a healthcare facility, we actually delegate some of that responsibility to the healthcare facility. And we're actually acting more in the role of sort of the technical overview, sort of monitors, if you will, of they're completing the contact tracing and providing us the records that they're actually doing the contact tracing and monitoring their healthcare workers or patients and providing us the resulting data. So it helps us to alleviate our burden, but also facilitates so that they're engaged. So back to this Maven database that's been our limiting. So we actually, in the process of all this, I had assigned one of my epi investigators as well as one of my epidemiologists to work together to start actually reviewing some of these many applications that I'm sure just like you, we're all probably getting thrown so many, like, use our product, this is, you know, pants. You know, after a while, I can tell you, the state epidemiologists, you can imagine, we all talk to each other, and one of them was bemoaning, and they're like, can't we just have a simple chart that's like, go down, here's what they can do, and here's what they cannot do, so we can all like just sort of pick and choose, and there's no such thing, right? So you have to start vetting, and we knew what we needed. We wanted to look for an application that would facilitate, supplement our work. Nothing can replace that face-to-face, or not face-to-face, I should say, but that personal interview to get the nuances, right, of, you know, so you sat next to each other. You can ask the question, you sat in front of someone for 10 minutes, but you can imagine now if you ask the person, well, was it 10 minutes I'm sitting across from you like this? Or 10 minutes that you were sitting right in front of me, or 10 minutes where you were sitting in front of me but wearing masks, which is very different, right, as opposed to being without a mask. Also very different is it 10 minutes and the person is coughing, actively coughing, versus 10 minutes and it was very few words and it was just asking like a receptionist for directions or something, and then that was it, and they moved on and there was no coughing. So that quality of, you know, information you can't get from just asking, you know, digitalized questions, so to speak. That said, there's a role for digital tech support, if you will, in that when it comes to the monitoring part of it, we can ask, I just heard the tail end of those questions, you know, we can ask the simple questions of, do you have fever today? What was it? Because we're asking them to measure their fever. Do you have cough today? Do you have, these are all the questions we ask every single day when we're doing the monitoring part for the quarantine or isolation, right? And to have to pick up the phone every day and call and, you know, whatnot, that can take time, right? And so we were looking for an application where we could do that easily. We could push a text message, we can push an email, and someone on the other, whoever we're monitoring on the other side, can then just either answer via the email, filling out a form, get on the internet and fill out a form, or answer via the text. And we wanted that, we didn't want it just to be, that's the end of it. We wanted that data to then come to us and be able to go right into our system. Because if we just get it as a free-form text and, that's not helpful. Then we have to spend the time to do data entry, and that just takes more steps. The demand for data is such that it just slows, every time we have to do data entry, it slows things down. So I had said to my little team of 2 there that I was tasked with, I said, and I threw them, here are some things that look promising, I want you to follow up. I said, first question to ask them, are they familiar with our disease management system, MAVEN? And it's a system, by the way, that is used in other states, in other counties. And so it's not like it's a standalone, no one knows it. There are many other states that use it. So I wanted to know, does that application, that company, are they familiar with MAVEN? If they're not, moving on. Because we're in the middle of response, we don't have the time to have our IT folks, their IT folks figure out interface. And so that was one. The number 2 was that facilitating data entry directly into our system. And number 3 was pushing messages. Because it's not just about those text messages, email for monitoring, it's also what if we want to do a general message? One of the things that I've been talking about with our blood bank colleagues is, they're looking into plasma, donation of plasma, right? And so what we talked about was if we're able to push out a general message to everyone we clear, just a general, congratulations, you've been released from isolation. By the way, if you're interested, your information is not being directed as that's protecting identity. But if you want to donate your blood to donate plasma to the blood bank, here's some information how to do that as an example of what we could push out there. So these are things that we are looking at, and we're actually in the final stages of working out the bugs of one particular application that we've settled on. And the irony is it took us this long to get it to there, and that the wave has come down, so to speak. But the nice thing is we'll be ready, and it'll be useful. And actually, we're so excited about it that we're actually looking to see how we can use it for all our other diseases. Because even as I've always said for years, COVID is going on, there are other diseases that potentially be a problem. And even now, all of the states, we're hearing for the fact our buildings have been lying sort of dormant, a lot of them, right, and stores and things like this. Once they start flushing that water, potentially there could be problems like Legionella that we have to think about. When there's stagnant water, things can start brewing. And so we're already thinking ahead to other things that, not just COVID, that we need to be investigating and be alert for. And this application could be very useful for. So I'll stop there, and I'm sure there are other things I could go over, but I do have limited time, and there's 5 minutes left, so.
Dr. Park, if I could, there were lots of questions when I was here last about confidentiality and the importance of maintaining confidentiality in order for individuals to feel comfortable telling their story. Maybe you could just speak for a second about that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you talk too much.
Yeah, sorry. And the most important thing about the application actually is speaking to that confidentiality is that the nice thing, the other thing you've been limited on taking on volunteers is the lack of space. If you've ever seen where my division is, it's been really problematic as for social distancing issues. We've had to come up with new ways to social distance my existing staff, but to bring on volunteers, I mean, it's been problematic. We don't have enough computers. We don't have enough phones. And so the nice thing about this application is we can take on volunteers outside the department now, because they will have access through a special login to the application, and they'll have access to the data for the cases they're assigned, but to nothing else. So the data gets pushed to us, but they can't actually access MAVEN now, and we can actually, it won't be, and my IT guys will be a lot happier now because, not so many people accessing the system. And it's all to protect confidentiality, right? I think one of the things why we can be successful in what we do is we protect people's health information and their personal information, and they trust us to do that. If we start to go the way of announcing every single thing about a case, would you want to talk to us, right? So we try as hard as possible to make sure to protect people's information, and it's only when there's we perceive a direct threat to the public's health do we start to, we provide information, like with Hepe, remember the restaurants, right? We provided that. And then during this time, there was a decision made around some hotels occasionally, or when there's a cluster where we can't In this case, also, if we identify someone's been in a public setting and they can't really identify who exactly they've been face-to-face with, then we might have to announce that they were in this location and anyone there needs to monitor their health. We may not be able to identify the close contact. We need to then let people know that they should be monitoring their health and go see their healthcare provider if there's concern. Is that?
Thank you. Let's start with Jerry.
Thank you very much for the
Let's start with Jerry.
Chair.
Senator Keoho Kalole.
Yeah, can you, so you alluded, thank you for this presentation. I think it was very helpful.
Sure. Forget the camera's there.
We get lots of questions about, oh, there's community spread emanating from this one place. How come they're not telling us? And so I think it's important for us to have this dialogue, because people aren't seeing the other side, which is that if you expose an area or a place where there's been a spread of cases and it's too small and it's easy for people to narrow down, then people are going to stop answering your calls and we're going to potentially lose track of the virus. And maybe you guys aren't seeing that other side of it, but it is a point of contention in the community. So just the explanation is really helpful. The question I have is, going forward, you alluded to Haima putting together some I guess, general public friendly type of guidance, and hearing the CDC say that there's a potential outbreak coming in the fall, and then a vaccine is 18 to 24 months away, I'm very concerned that people expect June 1st that we just go back to normal business.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering how you folks are working with Haima to explain the nature of what you're going to be doing as we start to reopen. Is it going to change given the reopening statuses, or can you help us articulate that, please?
Yeah, so I've said this from the beginning. I've said this even before the shutdown to anyone who could hear me. Bruce can attest to that, because I pestered him with it early on. I've always maintained, I said before, I looked at what was happening. I said the first wave is going to hit us. We need to be prepared for the shutdown. But I also always maintained that we're in for the marathon, not the sprint. I've said that from the beginning. I said that vaccine is a long time coming, and we have to prepare, and that it won't be business as usual, as you said, Senator. And we have to think about social distancing in earnest and as a normal of our lives, not necessarily as draconian as we've had, because we have to do that step to curtail, widespread activity, so to speak, but to maintain a certain level of life, we still, and to be able to control anything that comes, we need to have the controls in place so that there's still a certain amount of social distancing. So the three conditions I've always said for being able to open, so to speak, is one, we need to have a strong healthcare system. They're the people that are taking care of us. If this healthcare system is not strong, there's no point in reopening. They're already difficult in normal times. We need to really look at them and figure out how to strengthen this healthcare system. And I'm not talking about just the hospitals, by the way. It's imperative that the frontline primary care providers, our community health centers, our solo providers, our resource, a lot of them we were hearing, they don't have enough masks, so they're forced to close. What happens when they close? When they close, then people can't get their regular prescriptions, and they go and they can't get their regular care, and they go to our emergency departments, and they put more burden on the hospitals. So we need to think about that, number one. Number two is, of course, strengthen us, the public health system, to be able to address, we managed through this first wave as it's going, right? But if we have something more than, like a New York style, we will be drowning, and we won't, one thing we have maintained through this has been contact tracing. But many of my colleagues out there stopped long before because they could not handle it. They did not have the resources. And I will freely admit, if we weren't able to be nimble and get moving as we did, if it had gotten worse, we would have had that point where we would have said, you know what, we can't do the contact tracing, and we're going to focus. And that's a definite public health tactic, by the way. Contact tracing is an effort to try and bring the disease activity down, because we're identifying people, putting them in quarantine, isolation, And that's how we bring the activity level down. But if it keeps going and we keep seeing it, going up and up, clearly that's not enough. And then we have to move to what we call community-wide mitigation. And in this case, it was a combination of the contact tracing plus the measures our governor and the mayors put in place to encourage that social distancing. The third thing to reopen is to have measures in place throughout society here to slow down spread when it's reintroduced. Notice I say when. People are like, keep it out of the state boy. I have to tell you, it's just like flu, like so many. We cannot keep it out, but we can slow it down. And how we slow it down, we know how to slow it down. This is proof what we've been living through. You know what, that's been really interesting for us as well. I mean, although I can't say I'm surprised, because for years I've said, you've all heard me say, wash your hands, keep your distance from each other, stay home when you're sick, and maybe we won't see so much flu. Guess what's happened with our flu activity? Almost zero. Very little flu out there. Our influenza-like illness surveillance. My flu surveillance epidemiologist was commenting, she's never seen anything like this drop, essentially. And not just flu, but other respiratory. It doesn't mean it's completely gone, but, and people might say, well, it's the end of the flu season. Well, I might remind, in the state of Hawaii, we see flu year-round, and yes, we do see an increased activity during the winter months, so to speak. But around this time is when we see a little bit of a peak, especially if school were in session, but also in the long-term care facilities of clusters of what we see usually type B flu. And we're not seeing that. If you look at our weekly report, it's all come down. So, and we're seeing these sort of silver lining benefits of the measures that are in place. Our respiratory diseases come down. Doesn't mean they're gone, by the way. And what I worry exactly, like you, Senator, is when the measures start to be opened up, people interpret it as back to business as normal. And we have to make sure people understand this is a marathon, not a sprint.
So are those things that you, especially I guess the second and third, you would have to ask the legislature for what resources you need?
Yeah.
And going back to your first point, I would think you would have to work with our health committees to ask, regulate the health industry to some extent, to require some of the things that you're saying they should have, and some things that we may have to fund, I guess.
I mean, it's a whole of society effort. There are things that we can do in public health, but number one and number three involve everyone else. We can provide the guidance, and we all know how to prevent disease from spreading. We just need to follow those, and it's not just personal, it's the whole community.
So is that going to be part of an ongoing communications plan, I guess, for Department of Health, so that we keep, and I guess a lot more aggressive to get people to maintain that culture, hopefully?
Yeah. And I mean, one day, I hope we're out of this so that it is back to normal. But it's going to be a long time before that. And we just don't know what this virus is going to do as time goes on.
Senator Kehokalole mentioned about the conversations with Haima, but at some point, I can't imagine Haima overseeing this during the marathon. It would have to be our State Department's.
This is a public health issue. I mean, it is a disease and a public health issue, and so we should continue in that guidance.
Yeah, if I could jump in.
I'm looking to my director.
Because I'm not sure when the transition goes back to where we started before Haima took.
I'm not sure either, frankly. Fortunately, we have a cadre of workers there, but they're not going to be around forever. And so what we have to do is build infrastructure that will be there for the long run.
Yeah.
Rather than just rely on Haima to provide staffing support, we'd love to have as a group of individuals who call when we need them, who are trained in doing contact tracing, and we can hire them as we need them. So essentially have surge capacity built into the system rather than just have to rely on a temporary workforce that's there. So that applies, of course, to the contact tracing we just talked about, but in other areas too. We need to build that infrastructure. And honestly, it's been neglected for a long time. Dr. Park and her team do a terrific job, but as you know, budget cuts and other issues have impacted all of our programs. And I think this is a time to think about how important that is to keep in place. If we're going to be able to open up our state, we're going to need to have the resources to assure that we can keep the disease under control going forward. And I don't mean just for the next few months, in years to come.
Yeah, I'll leave you with, because I do have to go to the next meeting, but I'll leave you with that it is exactly as Dr. Anderson says, that the infrastructure needs to be strengthened in public health. There are two phases or two issues that need to be addressed in public health. There's the issue of strengthening our existing infrastructure, both in the epidemiology realm, but also in the laboratory realm. You know, both sides need to be strengthened. And I'm not talking about increasing testing capacity. I'm talking about just even the building infrastructure of the laboratory needs to be fixed.
Same like UI, same like kind of modernized government.
Right, exactly. Modernizing, having more data scientists that work under us to be able to deal with all this electronic transmission of data, that we're dealing with, as opposed to a handful of staff that are federally funded. I have no state-funded staff that do that. It's all federal grant funded, and federal grants, they're very particular about what you can or cannot do, right? So that's limitation. So it's infrastructure, and then as Dr. X said, surge, the ability to rapidly surge. And for epi capacity, it's staffing, and as I mentioned, space and equipment.
So are you going to be able to list that for us?
So
I know at some point.
I will say that I've already provided this listed out, and actually I still need to put some dollar amounts because I just rapidly listed out some things. Staffing and resource issues for the House had made a special request. The House Finance Chair had made a specific request of me. So I said, okay, in my extra hours, I just tried to put it there, and I did consult with lab and our district health offices on that. So it wasn't just me putting it together, it was a combination. But also caveat, it was very much in the middle of response, and as opposed to in a nice quiet time to really thoughtfully put together a more complete sort of a response to that.
If you don't mind sharing that with the committee.
I just wanted to say, and thank you for all that you said today, Dr. Park. I know we have a lot of angry parents and seniors because, graduation, as we know, has been canceled. Mm-hmm. But what you're saying, I think, is very important because for those, even the schools who had big, large fields who could have had these graduations, part of it was not being able to address the concerns of the hugging and whatever that's going to happen when they all get together. And you can understand why, because they already haven't seen each other for 2 months.
Right.
But moving forward, as you talk about how we have to plan for the future, as education chair, I'm concerned of what happens in our classrooms now.
I agree with you.
What are your suggestions going to be? So when you plan that out, if you can let us know too.
I will, and ironically, my next meeting is with DOE. So.
Oh, okay, great.
So yes.
We're actually a little late for a meeting with Lucia. But we did actually provide some guidance on the graduations to her, and we've been working on that so that they, under some circumstances, can at least enjoy some of the celebration that we all cherish.
It will be just.
But we're looking also at opening schools and other things, which is what we're going to be talking about
Also,
in a few minutes.
if you can talk about the public health system and the medical system, and coordinated, it would really help in your big proposal of what needs to be done.
Okay, there was one question out there. When do we start testing, or what's the protocol on testing those who are in close contact with those that are positive, require testing?
So again, as I mentioned, we're now in a stage where if you are identified as a close contact of a confirmed case and you develop symptoms, then there is no reason to test you. We treat you as if now you're a case. So now you're in isolation, okay? But if you don't have symptoms, you're in 14 days of quarantine. So 14 days until you clear from 14 days, no amount of testing is going to clear you from quarantine. And if you get out of 14 days and you still have no symptoms, you should be cleared. Does that make sense?
Are you coordinated with like the Dr. Miskovich or the UH?
That might be a whole other conversation.
Okay,
I don't want to keep DOE waiting because we've been trying to schedule this meeting with them for exactly those concerns you mentioned.
And you don't have to reply right now, but one of the questions that came up the last time was, what's the guidance that we're going to require of the medical profession is regarding to on what information goes out, the protocols that they have to use, so there's consistency throughout the medical field. I think that's what you were alluding to, and we don't have to. I know you have to leave, so we can get to that at some other point.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Yeah, so yeah, I got a question, Senator.
okay, you can ask it. They may not be able to answer it now, but we
We'll
can
wait
get
for
it
your
later.
question, Senator.
And we'll make sure you get an answer later.
Okay, go ahead.
If you want to ask it right now, we have.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is Bruce there?
Yes.
I'm here.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the question again is, did you ever call the other cities and inquire about these testing kits that is coming in from, I guess, what, very well? Did you contact other cities like Los Angeles to find out what was their experience with this company and their tests?
Yeah, Senator, we're actually going to be sending a follow-up letter to the city on that. It's a long story, and I don't want to take too much time here, but we do have some concerns about the company that was selected. There's a long history of problems associated with the company in California, and we're going to be sharing that with the county. Ultimately, it's their decision first, and they're doing a lot of good things out there. I think they're rethinking their decision on selecting that company, and hopefully we can provide them some information that would be helpful in making that decision. We now have capacity to do the testing locally, which we did a few weeks ago. So when the mayor was looking at this, we had a very different situation than we do today. And I think that certainly should be something he's going to be looking at.
So do you also get briefed on the tests and the different kinds of tests at some point in the future? On tests and tests?
Yeah, of course, that changes every day, as you remember.
Different kinds of equipment available for mass testing, or
Right.
so that if we not today, of course, but in the future, if we can get some idea of what the different equipment is and what we can use.
Yeah, we have a Dr. Edward Desmond, and I would recommend a similar meeting with him, where we can focus on the tests that are available, the strengths and weaknesses, when they'll be when they should be applied, and what's coming down the pipe. What can we look to the future, because it will change.
Okay.
Be glad to come anytime.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to recess until 3 p.m. for today. We're going to hear from Alan Moshima, who's navigating the economic and community pathway to recovery. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. You got to mute, Denise.
Oh, okay. Oh, Denise, can you mute?
Mute. Mute.
Can you mute? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to go through the framework?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, 3 weeks ago, it's been 3 weeks since the press conference that we said that I would had agreed to serve as navigator. So what we've done is there is a true need for speed because this pandemic is changing and the things that are coming up on what do we do when there's a little relaxation. There's not much time to figure this out. So we immediately came up with a framework on how we would plan through the stabilization, a reopening, recovery, and then the resilience. And that's how we reset our views on what Hawaii should be in the future. So our guiding principles, I'm not going to go word for word, but I think it's important that people understand that we're going to put health and safety first. I think everybody agrees with that. And that we'll all work in a collaborative, inclusive, and transparent manner, and respect and incorporate Hawaii's values, unique sense of place, and way of life. 6 principles will inform decision-making, clear priorities and goals for each phase, will engage stakeholders and ensure transparency, use fact-based decision-making, leverage national and global best practices, consider federal, state, local, and private funding sources, and focus on the need for speed. I've heard that last point over and over again as we move into various communities. High-level plan to reopen, high level. So we are in stabilization, and by the way, all of these also coincide with Haima. They also are using this process in many of their plans coming out now, and we're coordinating and integrating to an extent. So we focus on stabilizing, as we all know, and addressing Hawaii's immediate health, safety, and economic needs. So that's the phase we are in, and the national trends and the number of cases and deaths, et cetera, will inform when it's safe from an epidemiological, I guess a mouthful, perspective to start reopening. Reopening begins by gradually sequencing which activities open based on public health safeguards. It cannot be like what Georgia did. And frankly, we saw Alaska's reopening as of today, and it leaves a lot of questions and unanswered, although better than Georgia. Then recovery, find paths to recover the economy and support society, balancing lives and livelihood. And that's, there's going to be a lot of needs imposed on our nonprofits, our businesses as well, and state government, and the balancing of which has priority in the recovery period, I think, will have to be addressed. And finally, while we're doing all of this right now, in the next few months, we're gathering data that informs the last phase, which is resilience, which will take a year beyond, or maybe even longer beyond recovery. And that's bringing all of the information, what we then know about when vaccines might be available, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But really, that's the reset of Hawaii with all voices around the table. We are now going through a grief process, grieving what we've lost and knowing that it won't all come back, but hopefully everybody will start becoming a little bit more personally accountable for their role as we move forward. Okay, so these are things that we've heard over and over and over again in terms of stabilization, prevention, testing, treatment, socioeconomic sustenance. Communication is huge. I think there's still a lot of gaps to be addressed there. financing, and governance. So these are the things we look at as our goals through this process. State priorities, probably doesn't have to go into a lot of detail, right? Low infection rate, ensure availability of food, ensure adequate shelter, preserve and build health system capacity, and keep the economy alive to the extent possible. This is all in the stabilization period. And then you have the public policy measures to support the priorities, all of which we are going through now. And then what are the resources to support the priorities? Availability of testing, medical supplies, UI, clearly an area of concern, food assistance, health insurance assistance, reopening plan and readiness, and coordination and timing of federal funding. We're going to be getting into the reopening phase in a few weeks, I think, or maybe a little longer. But these are the priorities for that phase, right? How do we mitigate the resurgence of the virus as we reopen, keeping social distancing but relaxing a bit? How do we reopen the economy? How do we get people to re-enter the workforce, and to what extent? Support the local businesses and nonprofits, return to school, although this will be in a non-school period, and open phased-in travel. But that's the lowest, but we have to start addressing that. We have to. Again, you can see the public policy measures that support those priorities, and then resource allocations for that. Six key factors across both healthcare and public economic sectors to ensure we develop a safe and effective reopening plan. I don't know what color that is. Is it teal or blue-green on the left, healthcare readiness? Those are things that are being addressed in concert, not necessarily by the navigation team, because that's outside of our expertise, but we have to be part of that discussion. And for that, I think you have heard from Dr. Mugiishi, or maybe not, I don't know. But there's a task force. We heard their plans last night. President Kochi was part of that call as well. And it's pretty good phased-in plan with levels of height. It's like the FEMA or the airport security, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and then what do you do in those levels and how do you measure it? As well as coming up with resources needed for contact screening in our environment, and for what level of actual testing is needed. On the right-hand side, the public and economic readiness, this is where our job is to collaborate with the business sector and others to come up with the business prep, public response on how we are going to act in the new normal, and then government, federal framework for public health sectors, et cetera, getting clear guidance and expectations for and legal protection for system actors. I'll give you an example of what we're starting to do in that area. We've quickly engaged with the nonprofit world, and we're getting information now from what their 211 call incidence is and how it differs from the past. So where all the hot button concerns are, and primarily now in rent and housing assurance, very different from what you expect. But seeing that kind of data then helps inform the process. So, and these are the kinds of things we would put into our database so that everybody can see it and see how it changes over time. We are working with the restaurants and informing them of other practices in other jurisdictions on reopening, guidelines for table spacing, employee health, et cetera, so that we want the restaurants, because we know they're going to be vigilant, and we want some level of consistency so that they can know how to prepare. And when the reopening clearance is given, how much lead time do they need to be able to do that? They've got to reset their chains of supply, re-employ employees, get PPE, and protective things in the restaurant. So these are things that help to inform them now so that they can start. I would say that they were already planning, but with giving them the information from other places, it helps round out the planning. Recovery. The next phase would be recovery after we reopen and test. So, hopefully there's an increase in access to disease treatments, and not the ones the president was talking about has now been proven not to and could be damaging. But hopefully there'll be others that actually help. The Ebola treatment, who knows, right?
So we shouldn't be drinking Lysol.
Please don't. Or injecting things. I mean, it was bizarre. Yes. So as things change, we have to change. I think there will be new information that will inform the rapidity of moving the economy forward with how much confidence. But I think the watchword is public trust. The economy is not going to go anywhere if people don't trust that there are systems in place to protect the public health. You can just see the tension that already exists when, even the thought of doing some testing in our state, until there's a baseline that public health protocols are in place and have been developed in a robust process, right? Not just common sense. It has to be scientifically driven, based upon practices that are tried and true as we do this. Public policies, there's already talk. When we launched our webpage, I think it was only last week, I'm not sure, we were able to get it up and running fast, and it was not a whole lot of features, except that we did put the framework there so people are seeing it and reacting to it. As well as an email capture, so people can send us advice or opinions, etc. And those will all be posted in the resource center that we will develop. By today, or probably Monday, we would hope to have much more functionality in that website, so that it's broken down by consumer groups, etc., frequently asked questions, etc., to make it a little clearer, but with more content. And then we will move forward to the dashboard that we are envisioning, which is by sectors, key contacts, the government liaisons, like their personal bankers that will reach out to them rather than waiting for them to reach in. And then which government regulations, policies, laws may be impacted by what they're identifying as needs. And then linkages to CARES Act, or telling them the CARES Act doesn't have anything, which again will then inform what the state needs to do to fill gaps if it chooses to. That dashboard with about 30 sectors will be identified, and it's already moving. I was just conversing on the early ed side, and we've stood up with Patch and others because we can't reopen unless childcare is also available, right? So these are some of the things that are already in motion as a result of. You can have all the plans, but if you don't have all the people available to address real needs, then it will fail. These are the next steps we're going through, and I realize that it's a moving target because CARES Act funding is somewhat takes maybe a quadrant of lawyers to try to figure out exactly what they're allowing or not allowing, but that's what the next steps are. This is how we intend to engage with stakeholders. We had a good WebEx meeting with the Native Hawaiian Chambers of Commerce and OHA earlier today, and the question came up, how will we engage in this model given social distancing, et cetera, and it'll primarily be digital and WebEx meetings until we get an all clear on the levels of infection. But even without that all clear, we can do WebEx meetings, et cetera, to bring people together. And then we want to bring groups together as we collect that data. So we've already gotten papers from the nonprofit sector. We've gotten papers from private citizens. You saw one in Civil Beat. He wrote to me. I thought he had very thoughtful ideas. Many people have really good ideas, and they're being very respectful in how they present them. So these will all be put into the resource center and updated and tie them to actual data that we're going to be able to collect. We just learned, for example, today that the Native Hawaiian chambers have already gone out with their own surveys, and they already have over 700 responses. And so they're willing to share that, and we can put that into the resource center, for example. What are their major concerns as we reopen? Okay, so this is going to be our website. What you see is just the forecast of what it will be, and it is truly required in the new, what we face with the pandemic and not being able to hold meetings. We do have a need for transparency. We have a need to show respect to all communities throughout the state. And thank heavens we have the digital ability to do that, albeit different. It's a different way of doing it. And what I've described to people who are used to what we used to do is to form task forces with chairs and everybody does their meetings. We don't have time for that, nor do we have the ability to do that. So what I describe is that this is an act without a leading actor. It's an ensemble cast, and in an ensemble cast, every cast member is equally important. But that's how we have to move this forward. So with that, that concludes the summary of the webpage to date. You're going to see a much more robust webpage early next week, and we'll continue to make it better and better.
Questions?
Alan, thank you so much for picking up the baton and wanting to do this. I know that you had great plans for retirement.
Yes.
And I want to let you know, and I want to let the public know, that I have very great faith in your ability to do this. However, I know the task will not be easy because you're not going to get answers, timely answers, like this committee has not. And I'm not being critical, I'm just being honest. And when you talk about, acting with speed, and I don't know if that was part of your plan to begin with, or this is part of the, the communication you're getting back. That's been difficult. You talked about the critical need for childcare so that our people can get back to work. That critical need is also the same with particularly our elementary schools. So for myself, as chair of the education committee, I am wondering how going back to school is going to look. I don't know if the DOE has a plan yet. They were supposed to be here today. I think we'll have them next week. But I think that is critical for parents to want to go back to work. They need to know that their children are going to be safe. And if we're still going to be having to practice social distancing, etc., what is going back to school going to look like? That's number one. Number two, they have lost a full quarter of school. Technically, they're really not out of school yet. How do they prepare for going back to school having lost a full quarter? My daughter-in-law asked me, is it possible that her son, my grandson, can start getting, after this school year is out, maybe as a summer school lesson, can start getting maybe the first quarter material for the next grade level to see if they really are prepared. And if they're not, is there some kind of remedial type of classrooms, virtual classroom, whatever it is, that they can go to? Whether or not we have to, pay teachers to come back for a summer school or virtual summer school, whatever that's going to look like, I think is one of the priorities we should be looking at also.
Yes. And that, I think there are already people that are saying some of the same things. And what I think that this, well, hopefully once every 100 years, only we come up with some. I realize now when my dad told me his brother died in 1918 of the flu, I had never put it in context until this, right? So, yeah, so I think this is a time for a lot of introspection and a catalyst, hopefully, for positive change. It's not going to be easy, but I think we're seeing it. So distance learning, right? Even teleworking. The new norm is going to be some combination of things that we were kind of not really moving as fast as maybe we could have, but now I think people are saying, well, maybe it's possible. So, yeah, so I'm hoping that some of the, I think 48 million dedicated to DOE out of the federal funding. I have no idea what strings are attached to that, but hopefully some of that is for distance learning kinds of, and teacher training on that as well, right?
Well, I think that's going to be part of the question is, can federal funds be used for teachers who are already on the payroll, but we're going to expect them to work more hours or summer hours or whatever?
Right.
And, you know, that's a viable question. The other thing would be, even though we're maybe getting federal funds, can the federal funds be used to, I don't know if we have to rearrange classrooms, add things to the classroom. I don't know what it is we're looking for.
Right.
And I don't even know if the DOE knows yet. So those are some of the things that we have to plan ahead for and find out if we need extra funding, how are we going to do that if the feds won't pay for it.
Yes. And by the way, we have an education sector. So to the extent we engage with them, to the extent they want us to engage in some of this, we can offer the expertise of, our consultants who can gather data from places that have already gone through it and have established some procedures. So, this is such a unique situation, but it's a unique opportunity. I know I see things always on the bright side, but I see things, I think this is, if we use what we're learning correctly, we're going to come out of this with a whole different normal, but it might be better. It'll be different. It'll not be the same, right?
I think the comments that I've been getting too is that this is a perfect time for Hawaii to look at what other availability of jobs besides tourism. And this is not to knock the hotels or the airlines or whatever, is that we have long felt in our communities that we have too much tourism. 10, 11 million, tourists a year is just overburdening our island state. So what else can we do? We've been talking about, manufacturing, doing other things, but
or export
it's not happening.
Export ag, right? I mean, we have, I remember that, I'm not advocating for this, but the biggest air cargo crop was pineapple, fresh pine, right? There were days when we had export ag, and it could be something not like that, but it could be ornamentals, herbs, I mean, we've got the ability. So I think this starts that conversation again, and different ways of farming, right? Vertical farming is so we could get more productivity with less land. These are things that I think this offers the platform to have these discussions in an informed way with data. What are you trying to do? What are the goal you're trying to reach? And here's some data that you can use to do that. The other day when I was listening to Hawaii Farm Bureau testify before the House Committee, and I was really, we all want our farms. And somebody asked them how much of your degrade in revenues and how much comes from supported by the tourist sector. And it was like 40 to 50%, which kind of makes sense because there's a lot of, so things get connected. We tend to look things in sectors, but what I want and what I hope is that people start connecting the sectors to what's, the bigger pie. And then we have to make some choices.
So I really like the framework, the 30 sectors. And I think the new normal has to be the integration across sectors. And I'm just wondering how, so all the input is coming in, and you get a lot. So how are you staffing it or somehow getting that information so it doesn't just be a lot of noise?
Absolutely.
And you actually moving in a direction that we can support and will support our economy into resiliency?
Yeah. Perfect question, Senator Moriwaki. I'm going to be very clear because given my background, I'm not participating in the energy sector at all. Just the appearance would not be good. But we currently have 4 people. 2 volunteers, myself and Amy Asabai, HMSA Foundation is volunteer, and she's going to be our volunteer. She is our volunteer coordinator. I don't think she has her state. I don't think she signed her volunteer form yet. She might have. So we're kind of in the same boat right now. We're struggling to become state people. And then, of course, Denise is wonderful as our navigator for the navigator. So.
Who's your 4th person?
Yeah, who's 1, 2, 3? I'm missing somebody.
That's okay.
So people think of us as a big body, and yet we've got to put muscle on this body. So, unbelievable number of people have written in to volunteer. Good people, highly qualified people. And some of them in the tech sector, some of them in the building, because everybody's jobs have collapsed, right? So they're all willing to jump in. So now we have to build out our structure. We have certain job classifications that should be state employees, logistics and ops and whatever. Denise has helped put that together, but there are not many. So it's going to be a lean machine. Primarily, we have to work fast. So we have to get our consultants going, and we've got to get the production done. So that's the only way we can come up with building public confidence that we understand the need for urgency and for competent, good data sets. So yes, we're going to have to build it out. Other state departments have offered people to help as we build out identified needs, and that's how we intend.
So what is the connection between Ha'ima, which is an emergency,
right,
and then the in-between of the reopen recovery,
yeah,
and then inserting state employees,
yeah,
the departments
yeah,
that have to give you resources?
Right.
And the
How is that
counties.
connection?
And the counties.
And the
Yeah, the
counties,
counties.
yeah, and the counties.
So I'll take the counties last because that I don't know. You guys.
That's through
Right.
Ha'ima you can get
Right.
connections.
And I just this last week have been able to call into the Ha'ima operating calls, and all of which I can't talk about, of course, but the counties are on it as well. Ha'ima has planners that are working on recovery, and now we have Mary Alice Evans, who is our go-between. And so she's attended some of their meetings and then connecting us and saying, these are areas that needs we can fill. And so, for example, the public health levels, et cetera, is in their thinking, but we are now able to buttress that with the private partnership we have that has developed a model, and there's other models out there as well that are coming in, and we can just marry them up, and they're not all that different, by the way, which is another comforting thing. To then come up with a scenario that the public can feel confident that it's been fully vetted. We've got experts working on it. There's all this thinking behind it. There's staffing identified, etc. So that's the relationship with Ha'ima is still developing, but General Hara has offered some of his staff to be interfaces with us, and we'll be meeting tomorrow on those issues as well. Forgot the second question.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are, this
That's
always
okay.
happens.
But no, I have another question though. This is a connection, the connectors. But you know, you talked about the health part being the stabilization. But as you look at the recovery and resilience, it seems like that's a whole sector that you could develop, and you know, an economic sector of healthcare. And I don't know how that goes forward,
Yeah.
or is it just stabilization?
Yeah, right now you gotta keep your eye on the ball. You gotta get out of the crisis, right? So it's almost like an emergency room and then triage, and then you stabilize the patient, you move them into, and then eventually you're into rehab. Our rehab is not rehab. Our rehab is reset, right? So that's a much more robust, lengthy process with a lot of, I mean, hopefully by then, you can engage in face-to-face and get people together and sectors together. But, you know, that's still unknown right now. So that's why we have to plan on virtual until we know we have it all clear to do otherwise.
And your goal is to get us to that point, or to get us through stabilization, or how do you
Well,
work?
the ask was for me to
Span
figure it out, lay out the framework, set it up, and hopefully to stay on as long as
Might be needed.
as I'm able to.
Through to recover.
You know, I'm in the high risk category. You know, you got it. So. No, you're not there. You're not there.
Barrington people are tough.
That's right. There's some Barrington stuff.
Barrington people are tough.
But you know, we all learned, right? Enter to learn, go forth to serve.
Exactly.
That's how it stays with us,
So
right?
here we are serving.
Yeah, yeah. But hopefully, once we establish the framework, we can get it populated, we can have the stakeholder buy-in, then it gets into a rhythm to a deliverable.
Engage them.
To a deliverable. The key words are trust, and that comes with transparency. And any decision has to be based on data and science. Okay?
That's a new normal.
So I had a question. Tourism GDP. Do you guys have that already? Do you have that number, what it currently is or was?
Yes, so Mike McCartney, Chris Tatum, we'll be meeting with them tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just wanted to see, are there benchmarks for ag and some of these things? Because in conversations with some of the ag leaders,
Yeah.
I've asked that they look at really increasing ag GDP. And that has to be a goal, and let's work backwards from that.
I think that's what we need to do, whether that can increase immediately. So I think we have to do short, mid, long-term kinds of scenario planning.
Well, healthcare taking some GDP, construction taking some GDP. So if we break down the tourism GDP and try to rebuild sectors to replace some of that and numbers of jobs.
I think my view, and especially if Trump and Pelosi actually can deliver on the infrastructure bill that's still in the works, hopefully comes. That's where we have to do some advanced planning, because we don't want to be like ARA and not have shovel-ready projects to access the money. So that's part of the planning as well. Because if we can keep construction going, right, those are good jobs. There's a whole supply chain. It's not just the people doing the constructing. The whole supply chain is involved.
Yeah.
Shipping, inter-island travel.
Engineering.
Remember, it used to be that half the planes on the 5 o'clock flight were construction workers going neighbor islands to work, right? So, it has a domino effect, a great impact on the economy, and it's a good thing because we're building good things, right? But all the other things may have a longer lead time because you have to build the muscle memory to get back into the export of ag products, right? We became a little, lost our way a bit. And then we were doing monocrops before. Now we got to do specialty crops.
Well, we got complacent with tourism. So we really haven't pushed all the other sectors that we should be pushing because tourism was so easy, I think, for the state.
And I think there's a good opportunity because of our geographic isolation. It used to, at one time it was a good thing, and then it became an impediment, and I think it's gotten back to be a good thing. when people are concerned about virology, pandemics, if we do the right things and we can show the world we know how to do this, we rebrand ourselves for tourism as the safest place and a high quality place.
Yeah.
Right? So those are the discussions that we need. I mean, recovery, those won't be the discussions in recovery because we've got to get them started. But those are the discussions we have to continue through recovery into the resilience.
Yeah. So with that kind of brand, hopefully we have less visitors in the long run with still keeping the same amount of income, same amount of revenues, so that our environmental impact and the impact on our communities are less. And hopefully that's, and if we don't get to the GDP that we once had for tourism, those other sectors have stepped up to replace that.
But I remember when I was involved in the Waiho'ole ditch water allocations, and we had a lot of testimony from farmers and then supermarkets, et cetera. And the business supply chain is somewhat delicate. I mean, back then I learned that, supermarkets couldn't put all of their eggs in a small that relationship, somebody else takes the relationship. So it takes ag economists and business people who know the business to then inform how should we set up, right, to do this correctly. And I think that'll all come out if we do this reset.
Any other questions?
No, I just wanted to comment on that, is that we know that in the supermarket you can buy mainland products for less than we can buy Pale eggs or Meadow Gold milk, whatever, and that's what's killing our local producers. And how we help them has to also be part of the recovery, so that we'll have more farmers, etc., who want to go into the business of growing our food. I mean, we've talked about being food sustainable for a long time, but I have not seen really any effort to do it. And a good example would be the dairy on the Big Island. I mean, I don't know if they were local people or what, but it would have been local jobs. Yeah. And part of it is that they started doing this in a place that it wasn't reasonable to do, because all of their runoff was going into the streams right into the ocean. Yeah. So it's those kinds of things. Yeah. Who's jumping in from government to advise them? And if you're asking us to look at how we're going to recover, public trust is a big part of it. And if we can't, we don't know that, like how DOH, they have the restaurant classifications. You have green, yellow, red. Right. And if they don't have that for all businesses, that whether it's public transportation or whatever, we are going to have issues, and people are going to feel that we're recovering too slow. They're going to jump the gun, and we are going to be back in the second phase of our pandemic. So I think part of it is to move quickly, cautiously, with public trust.
Yeah. The third part of your question, just remembered because Senator Higashi talked about public transportation. The connection between state and county and public transportation is mainly county right now. So I called Wai'amamia last weekend as we look at contact tracing, and I'm not a contact tracing expert, but it just comes right. So if we open up in small ways inter-island travel, for example, but we have all the measures in place to assure you're not in a environment that's going to be conducive to passing the virus, or you do the testing or whatever. We carry more people on the bus to get to work, and that's a much more confined space. So the question is, do we have the technology to do barcode scanning for everybody who enters the bus and leaves the bus? You barcode on and off, and you have your identity captured in a database, so that in case somebody becomes positive, everybody else who was on the bus at the same time, and you can do contact tracing. So these are the kinds of things that I think we have to work with our county government in their domains, how it all fits in with the whole reopening scenarios, because we got to take care of our own. We got to take care of the workers who support the economy, right? They have to be in a safe environment to and from work, at work, etc. So these are the discussions that we need to have before we just say we can do this, but then it hasn't gone down the entire chain of potential impacts.
How are you guys going to articulate economic development throughout the state? Because oftentimes at the legislature, we focus only on kaka'ako.
That is not true.
That is true. I mean, you think it's sandbox, a lot of the things that we're talking about. And so how do we make sure that that's not going to be the case?
And part of the question goes is that
is
he is chair of Ways and Means, and myself, when I was doing the CIP, we bought a lot of ag land, you know, the Dole fresh food lands, and a lot of it is still sitting there fallow because we haven't been able to find that component that we are going to put, you know, government funds into to get the farmers on board, whether it's specialty products, etc. All of that is still missing.
Yeah.
And so part of the recovery has to be, you know, not just tourist-driven type markets. It's got to be how we feed Hawaii's people.
Absolutely. So a good example of how you engage neighbor islands, and you know, every neighbor island, we got to respect the culture and the subcultures, as we know, right? East side, west side, north, south, on every island has different views on some things. So this morning's call with the native Hawaiian chambers, I think, was reflective because they have chapters everywhere, but we're going to have to engage the ethnic chambers of commerce. Everybody's going to have a little different perspectives, and the economic development boards on each island, and some of them have different names for it, right? So I think that's, on the neighbor islands, that's how I view presently how we engage most effectively, rather than standing up a whole new group. Although people are volunteering to stand up groups, but you know, we don't have a lot of time to start moving. So if somebody wants to stand up a group, oh sure, we'll capture any of the ideas that we can.
There's a lot of right people out and a lot of good ideas, and again, it's how do you funnel it and engage and implement. And the other disconnect sometimes is the university. They have a lot of talent, but it's kind of not ivory tower, but ivory tower. So how do you engage them so that technology or agriculture, they're doing things, but how do you connect with the people actually in the field?
So I got, immediately after the announcement was made, I got text messages from another Barrington guy, Masami,
Oh yeah, he's going to.
as well as David Leisner, offering to jump in and let's work on things together.
Yeah, workforce training, CT certificates, whatever.
Yeah, so, you know, the job is huge. And, you know, we got to, right now, concentrate on the stabilization, working with Haima, get things, build public trust. But we have to have that vision for expanding the discussions, but it's so wide-ranging. And then we got to connect up. You know, the university and our community college are so integral to our future economy and how they work to produce the people who can fuel the future economy, or how they even conduct classes, right? I mean, I'll say it because I'm not on the faculty, but when school not in session, we don't have log jams on the freeway. If you had scheduled your classes differently, we could save tons in fossil fuel, right? With distance learning for certain hours that you don't have 2 rush hours. I mean, we got to start integrating how we think about everything. And it's really a time to reset our personal accountability. The world has changed. We cleaned the air worldwide by shutting down.
We did. I saw some of those pictures. Amazing.
Yeah.
So as we look, and I know, Sharon, you live a compact life. But some others don't live such a compact life, right? And including, you know, even though we live in town, how many trips we make to the supermarket or go pick up this or go to Long's or whatever, we might start really getting serious about bundling and doing one, right? When we see the impact on the earth and on our roads and on lifestyles, right? We have to get serious about it, and that's some of the discussion we need. I can't be the person making those, but others will, I'm sure.
It's a good time to reset.
It's yeah, because we've lived through something that is life-altering. We've got to collect what happened, and are we willing to live with some of these things to make things better, for more?
I appreciate you bringing up the whole thing with the university. As you know, when we were on Witchy and looking at how we can streamline and how we can cut the costs, because the costs for higher education continue to rise. You know, that's one of the things we talk about consistently. And if there's a silver lining in what we're going through, is that we can deliver certain services differently and more efficiently. And hopefully we're not going to go back to, in some ways we are going to go back, but hopefully, like you said, we've learned and we can implement some of these things that we've learned. Now, bricks and mortars is one of the things that we've talked about. You know, do we need as many buildings at the university and to maintain it year after year, and roofs and so forth is something that we really got to consider. And recently they've wanted to recreate or build a new innovation center, despite the fact that we have several innovation centers, despite the fact that we were building the new success center for the St. Clair Library, that we can now combine it and put the innovation center in one and not have all these different buildings, and pay attention more to our health and our elderly and stuff like that. But getting the university to have a vision that coincides with the rest of the state and some of the needs that the state has. You know, how do we do that? And I'm hoping that some of this will resonate.
You never know, right? I mean, it takes a crisis sometimes to reset things. And this crisis is different because it's not like Israel hitting Puna, right? This hit the whole world. And we all have to adjust. So I'm really hoping that people are seeing there's got to be a discussion of what did we learn and what can we do differently to help everybody.
Can we knock down the silos that we built in the little kingdoms that they have at the university? Because, you know, it's like the medical school and the cancer center. They don't want to combine it, although they put a plan to combine it, but then you hire people and they want to keep their little kingdoms.
Well, you know,
because we've got to be more efficient.
I'm off the charts optimistic, so I always think that we can. How much time it takes to do that and the change management process to get there so that everybody's on board is another subject. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't start it.
Thank you.
Right.
So we're going to need you to come out of retirement and help us.
I mean, I was just talking to some of the nonprofits. I mean, even nonprofits have long been, as the tax write-offs were not as available, then nonprofits have to go into a partnership mode, right? To share an executive, to share a staff, as long as it's not competing. We all have to go into hybrid mode now, I think. Because it's not just about can we afford it in terms of economic dollars, it's can we afford it as a society, because all of the impacts of doing things the same way, we're now seeing if we do something differently, some of the things, the good things that can come from it, right? Yeah, so.
I'm gonna throw one more thing.
Give me a lot of leeway because we're gonna make plenty of mistakes. They're gonna try hard, but you cannot move without making mistakes, and I feel the need to move than wait for perfection.
You can't take risks if you don't make, you're afraid of mistakes. So let me just throw one more thing out, is affordable housing, homeless. We haven't discussed that, but that really should be on the table. It's one of the most vulnerable, And
Right.
affordable housing, Denise is there, so
Yeah.
affordable housing needs
Yeah.
to be on the table as
Yeah.
well, because if you don't have the
Yeah, but this
housing.
construction too, right? That'll help us with
Construction.
getting construction.
And yeah, and that's also permitting, and, you know, we gotta get
You've got to
serious about.
streamline that.
We have to get serious,
That
and
is
that's not
part
my,
of recovery,
Right.
is construction.
but I think this will all be part of it, because, you know, people are already coming in and saying this is what we need, but frankly, what we need is really good master planning around TOD.
Exactly.
So maybe this will spur it, because then we do good construction in a planned manner to serve all classes of our society.
We should.
So I'm sure that might be going on, I'm just not aware of it, but that might surface, right?
Well,
through
we're
this
not
process.
aware of it
We're not-
either.
Oh, I'm sorry. But,
So you should start that.
so that'll surface as part of this discussion.
Create neighborhoods again.
Yeah. And it's not all Oahu,
Yeah,
cannot.
yeah.
Carrying
Or
capacity
on
is.
Honolulu. It's gonna just
Right,
be
no, that's right, no, that's true, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure you have lots of work to do, and maybe when you make some progress and we can update the community.
Be glad to keep, you know, this discussion going, because I think we need everybody to be on board with the direction. We are serious about changing the trajectory to include everybody.
Good, thank you.
I'd like to see at some point though, when you guys do the GDP percentages, what that would really look like.
And I know Denise is already taking notes, and we're gonna.
Jared, do you have any questions?
I guess I'm wondering, you know, I've heard some kind of alarming statements from people in the business community around the natural desire to get back to business as soon as possible, but sometimes I worry that the tone on that borders on we're going to get right back to the way it was. And even with your planning, you know, I appreciate what you're saying about getting things wrong, because often the legislature is the first body to jump on economic development projects that don't see initial or immediate returns, and don't allow the proper trajectory for economic development projects to pan out, right? And so that's, I guess I just wanted your feedback on that, because we are going to, in the next, you know, immediate future, I like to think of 18 to 24 months, because that's the vaccine timeline that would be pulled, reconfigure the economy to adapt to this new way of life, which is going to be, you know, different.
Yeah.
But we still have to account for the fact that we are a global marketplace, and if we're not trying to build economy in terms of global competitiveness, then we are not going to succeed.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to make huge state investments to keep these economic development endeavors afloat with state money that we don't have.
Right. Yeah. Although, you know, some of the ideas that I've heard are maybe somewhat benign, but can start some things, right? You know, online car purchasing, you know, that's completely kind of shut down right now. I'm not opining on anything, but I think we have to take a look at what doesn't impair public health and has a smaller impact on everything, so that we can start off in gradual. I will tell you one thing, that in all my conversations with the governor, he is really, really insistent on making sure the public health part is totally safe.
Good.
So you know how, like for instance, we've been talking about aquaculture forever.
Yeah.
And we don't really have any kind of aquaculture ag park, or any, not even a cluster, or we have maybe one or two guys attempting it. They're not scaled up.
Yeah. At Nelha, you have some small baby startups, abalone and whatever.
So when we're looking at those kind of things, I'm not sure what the community engagement part is, because you know, there are a lot of projects that quickly are opposed to, just because it's changed. So that part should be really revealing as to how, in this economic time, how we include everyone so we can make some progress.
Yeah. So, Senator Wakai's presentation, was it today? On the aquaculture thing, right? It was more of an, I took it as more of an ocean aquaculture. And remember, we used to have that column, you could lease a column of ocean to do aquaculture. I don't know if it's still...
Is it Kona? Is it in Kona?
I don't know if it's still a law where you could do that. And you could do it with a CDUP and whatever. I mean, depending on where and what, and maybe some people were against it, but on balance, if that's what you need to do something on balance, or you're going to do something else, see, and that's why this discussion has to have everything in it. Because it's like the blind man going up to the elephant. If you're only touching the tail, you think the elephant is like a snake, right? You got to see everything and what you're dealing with, and people have to be able to make reasonable compromises to get to something that's beneficial. And I'm not saying that's beneficial, I don't know enough, but to your point, right, that discussion has to be had. You can't do it in a silo.
Yeah, I just, we've had so many goals, double food production, get to 100% renewable energy, all those things, and they just never had the benchmarks or the timelines. And, in the past, we've had other economic plans and economic recovery plans, and they've all been real aspirational, but many of them didn't have the triggers and the locations and the details on how we can follow up and ensure that they happen.
Yeah. Well, we never had 2.7% go to over 30% unemployment in several weeks. If it didn't make an impact on everybody in this state, that we gotta do something, I don't know what will. I mean, there is no blunt object you could use that's greater than that.
To really diversify the
We
economy.
all have family, friends, and they're, impacted. We gotta do something.
That's good. Okay, any other questions?
Good. Keep on.
If not, thank you. Thank you, Denise.
Thank
Jared, do you have any last questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
You can't go there, right?